Eso. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, February 6, 2024, and the time is 5 p.m. Call now to order the meeting of the Victorville City Council, the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the city as housing asset successor, Joint Powers Finance Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, would you kindly take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez. Present. Councilmember Irving.
Present.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Here.
Mayor Becerra.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Introduction to public comments for closed session items. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, Mr. Dobranowski.
Thank you, Mayor Becerra. We have two items this evening. They are both existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. And with respect to both of those items, disclosure of the information may hinder or jeopardize settlement discussions. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the 6 o'clock regular session.
Thank you very much. We are now recessed in closed session, and open session will resume at 6 p.m.
Excuse me.
And I think it's because my daughter ordered.
Hi, Pastor. Good, good, good. Thank you. It always will. The word of the Lord is always a blessing. Thank you, sir. Well, I have now my 40 days, what I'll read during Lent. Now, what I'll read during Lent. It's 6 p.m. We are going to call the regular session meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, February 6, 2024, and the time is 6 p.m. Call to order. We are resuming the open session of our meeting, the following which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistic Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the city as housing asset successor, Joint Powers Finance Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Roll call. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Irving,
Present.
Councilmember Jones,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Here.
Mayor Becerra.
Present.
We have quorum.
At this time, the invocation will be led by Pastor Dane Davis of Impact Christian.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
we do need to get closed session announcements by the city attorney.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. Mr. DeBernowski, I didn't want to leave you out there, but
Thank you, Mayor Becerra. We had two items this evening. Both were existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. With respect to both of those, providing additional information could jeopardize settlement discussions. At this time, there's no reportable action with respect to either one of those items.
thank you, sir. Now we will go to the invocation. I just wanted to hear your words, sir. Will be led by Pastor Dane Davis. If you're able to, would you please stand?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In 1 Timothy chapter 2, we read, I urge then, first of all, that requests, prayers, intercession, and thanksgiving be made for everyone, for kings and all those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. This is good and pleases God our Savior, who wants all men to be saved and to come to a knowledge of the truth. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we do thank you so much for this evening. Lord, we thank you for the freshness in the air because of the rains we've enjoyed. Sometimes at times like this, we focus on flooded roads and inconvenience, Lord, because we just got our car washed the other day. But Lord, we want to just change our perspective right now and say thank you, Lord. We dealt with a drought here in Southern California for so many years, and we needed this rain. We thank you for that. We lift up communities down in Ventura County, LA County, San Diego County, Lord, where flooding has been more severe than here in our own hometown. Please be with all the first responders and those dealing with the flooding. Father, I just pray for each of the leaders here tonight. As I pray often for this city council, I pray that they would be able to collaborate on decisions, make decisions in unity. We don't pray for uniformity, oh God, but unity in their decision making. And we pray that these decisions would honor you. And all this I ask in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Please,
Pledge will be led tonight by our Captain John Wickham.
please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to have the city clerk present the agenda. Madam Clerk, will you present the agenda and any revisions there too?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are no revisions to the agenda this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Conflict of interest declarations. At this time, I'm asking for any conflict of interest declarations from any of my council members?
No, ma'am.
None? I would need to declare I'm going to have a conflict with item 15. Okay. Introductions to public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any?
Madam Mayor, my apologies, but just as a point, it's typical to relate the reason for the conflict.
It affects me directly.
You have a financial benefit.
Thank you. I have a financial benefit.
Thank you.
Introduction to public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your city council is interested in your ideas and opinions, and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section, provided those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allotted for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedure manual. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing the particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called upon by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, may we have our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Stephanie Pizarrin on agenda item 14.
Hi, good evening, Counselor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I was speaking on regarding agenda item 14, and I'm hoping that you would consider granting us a letter of acknowledgement in regards to the project for Family Assistance Program. This letter will allow Family Assistance Program to apply for over $1 million to San Bernardino County funding. This funding is only being allowed to use for construction projects in regards to housing, for interim housing, affordable housing, homeless housing prevention. This request is not impacting the city financially in any way, but in fact, it would bring in over $1 million from the County of San Bernardino funds to our city, and it would allow us to invest in the infrastructure part of the project. This project has already been approved. We have a long list of conditions from our planning department, which we're very happy to abide by. Many of those conditions will be infrastructure improvements around the sidewalk, the alleyway, underlining electricity lines, landscaping. It would really beautify the area in Old Town Victorville. And again, it would not cost our city a penny, but rather it would allow us to bring funding that's already allocated from the county to invest in this project. The county requires that all applications submit a letter from City Council. And what I have heard from the county is that they're having a really hard time getting letters from cities. So this funding is just there. $72 million that we can't seem to tap into. We're trying to get our fair share here in Victorville, and I would appreciate that you guys would support us in that request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any speakers?
Our next speaker is Adrian Miles on agenda item 14.
Good evening, council members. My name is Adria Miles, and I'm a member of the High Desert Pearls, an official interest group of Alpha Kappa Alpha Incorporated. We support our local community by collaborating with other agencies to combine resources and efforts by maximizing the impact in our community. We have worked closely with the Transitional Age Youth, Victorville Wellness Center, Victor Valley Rescue Mission, and the Family Assistance Program. We have donated clothes, towels, sheets, toiletries, sleeping bags, and blankets for the unhoused population. Before I became a member of the High Desert Pearls, I was an administrator for the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools for 16 years, specifically working at the Desert Mountain SELPA until I retired on July 3rd, 2023. During my time as an administrator, I provided support and training for students with disabilities. I was also responsible for providing oversight to the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act program, a program that served out-of-school youth. The program serves students with disabilities, foster and homeless youth, students who dropped out of school, and a host of other qualifying criteria. I share this information with you because at least 20% of the students served by the WEO program annually were homeless youth who lived in unsafe conditions. They couch surfed, they lived in outside in parks or homeless encampments. I am here today on behalf of the High Desert Pearls to respectfully ask the council to grant the support letter for the Family Assistance Program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Derek Addison on a non-agendized item.
Hello. Got a violation on hello. I have a violation of I have a parking question because they got a violation twice for parking cars in my yard, and I'm in on support, but it's not a business though. We have people coming over to drop off medicine supplies and everything. I want to know what do I do about the violation to stop getting the violation of having cars parked inside my yard.
So we are not allowed to engage back with you, but if you can leave your name with the city clerk,
Okay.
we will have someone from that division get in touch with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Our next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Al Catillo on a non-agendized item. Mr. Catillo? Mr. Catillo? It's your turn.
I went to talk to Obernolte, who supposedly is a congressman up here for us. He's not a congressman for the people. He's a congressman for the federal government. They don't care about the people up here. He told me, he says, we don't cater to the people. We only cater to the government. The people have to take care of themselves. What the hell is he a congressman for? I said, let the government vote for you. Then when it's time to vote, the people will forget you. But he's doing the same thing you're doing. You don't give a damn about the people up here either. All you care about is saving your jobs in the city of Victorville. I got the hell beat out of me by the cops up here in 2020, and I still can't get nothing done because this is a police state. Do something about that. You don't care. I asked you if you guys, anybody called about my getting beat up. Nobody called because nobody cares. If you cares, you would have called. They broke the Constitution 8 times when they beat me up. 8 times the Constitution. They said there's no Constitution up here. And they're absolutely right. You guys don't know nothing about the Constitution either. I don't know. I'm just so filled with talking to you. What's important is to all the people up here. There's never enough people to find out what's going on in this city. All you got, there's no sense in talking to you because you don't do a damn thing about anything. Fix La Paz Road. It's like riding over railroad tracks. You guys have a good day if you can.
Thank you, Mr. Cotillo. Do we have any more speakers, Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Heather Matthews on a non-agendized item.
Thank you.
Sorry, hi. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to find out an update on the soil, the cleanup and restoration on the soil and aquifers at George Air Force Base. I think it would reduce crime and homelessness if we can rescue it. And I think it's as simple as getting the sorry, my tongue's not working. Agriculture and Natural Resources Department on it. California is big on it. Let's restore George Air Force Base with the simplicity of an attitude of I get to, I want to, and I got to. Can I get somebody's card on this matter that I can reach in touch with, or they can help me in this matter? Thank you so much.
Ma'am, again, if you'd like to leave your name and your number with our city clerk, the division in charge of that would be getting in touch with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
Our next speaker is Michael Grabhorn on item number 14.
Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor, and city staff. I am on the board for Family Assistance Program, and what we are asking is a letter from City Council endorsing our stand for building the tiny homes so that we can be approved for more funding. This was passed by the Planning Commission in May 11th last year. As of today, my understanding is the Wellness Center is filled. The other shelter that we have in Victorville is closed. And so this will be a shelter just for TH children, or adults, I'm sorry, from 18 to the age of 24. These children are from Victor Valley High School District, also Victor Valley College, and other colleges and universities in the area that are homeless. We have lots of places for adults, but we have nothing particular for the TH students. This would be youth-specific programs. It also, as Stephanie had mentioned, we will improve the area. We are redoing the alleyway, sidewalks, putting in utilities underground, and also helping with new foliage and trees and such to beautify the city. There will be no cost to the city. And these are all things that are part of the downtown development program that you'll be getting done for free by Family Assistance Program. And we would ask you to please write that letter and sign it so that we can get additional funding and help the city improve downtown Victorville. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Paulette Morris on a non-agendized item.
Good evening. I was a little nervous coming here, and I'm gonna cry. The strength that I got to come up here and speak right now was when I saw you, Blanca. When I saw you walk out and sit in that seat, you gave me the courage to get up here and speak, and I thank you for that. Street vendors, the 8 that were arrested, 7 being held with no bail. You guys are all aware of it, okay? No bail. That is against their constitutional rights. They have a right to protest. Just like any one of you, if you don't agree with something, you have a right to protest. However, it's gone beyond that. It's political now. We have the Fontana mayor involved. We have Pomona involved and Victorville. We are sitting here allowing this to happen in our city. Victorville should not have arrested Enamorado at all, raided his home because of him being an activist for people who maybe can't speak English, don't understand the rules, don't know the proper documents. Why it hurts me is because Eden was fighting for me too. I am a street vendor. I'm not allowed to work in San Bernardino, Victorville, in the county at all. However, I'm licensed. I have over a $2 million insurance. I'm registered with the city of Riverside to street vend. I can't do it here at home. I have to drive to Riverside County to work. These people have to drive way out to LA County, Fontana, whatever, to feed their families. They're not breaking in your homes. They're not breaking in your cars. They're not killing your kids. They're trying to feed their families. It's political, whether you hear me or not, and it trickles down. Look at our President Trump. He wasn't even invincible to crimes that are going on. You guys help them out ASAP because this could be you. Please, he's fighting for us. All of us are not, some of us have all of the proper documents and are not allowed to street vend in San Bernardino County. They're fighting for us, guys, so that we can have the legal right to work. So please help them, whatever you can do, get them out ASAP. This is not Victorville's fault. It's Victorville's fault now, but it's not our problem. Let us protest. They are not criminals. They're not killers. They're not dangerous to society. And this city, this
Your
county
time is up.
has the power to do so. Please,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Greg Williamson on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Greg Williamson. I'm an independent referral partner with Impact Health Sharing. Healthcare is priced out and the system is broken, and we do have a solution. With Impact Health Sharing, we're a not-for-profit approach where people come together, share each other's bills, and because of that, we can help people save from 30% to 70% on their healthcare needs. And then also, it's affordable, where it starts at $73 for individuals and $378 for families. So what someone can do is I have my business card attached to a flyer. If I can leave the flyer here so people can look at it, they can go onto the QR code, go onto my website, get an instant quote for themselves as an individual or as a family. And why Impact Health Share? Because it's affordable, it's comprehensive to where there's members can experience comprehensive medical experience and accessible to preventive care, mental health, prescription discounts, and telemedicine available 24/7. Also, we're not tied to a network. So an individual can go to any doctor of their choice and Impact will be accepted there. And then also it's inclusive. Impact is open to anyone who is interested in sharing and saving on their health care. The only thing that we ask is that person is healthy to fairly healthy. And then also if they've been priced out in their health care or if they're priced out of their health care or they're just tired of the healthcare insurance taking their money every month. So if I can leave these in the back, anyone can go to it. And if they have any questions, there you can go onto my website. You can get a hold of Impact. They'll give you a call, answer your questions. If you have more questions, you can give me a call. My number is on the business card as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any items you'd like to leave, you can leave them with our city clerks over here. Thank you. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Rashonda Roberts on a non-agendized item.
Good evening. My name is Rashonda Roberts. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I have a private practice and I also work here in the city of Victorville. I have been a resident of Victorville since 2021 when me and my family purchased a home. I never thought that healthcare and mental health should be a question that I asked when I bought a house. The healthcare system up here is lacking, and so is the mental health care system. I'm speaking on behalf of my clients. I've worked in LA County as a children's social worker, and I also worked in Orange County as a mental health worker, where I did 5150s. I service from the high, persistent, and severe mentally ill, as well as the mild to moderate. And I would like to say that this city, this county, this government is failing my clients, our families. There is not a continuum of care up here to provide our citizens, our neighbors, our brothers, our sisters, God's children with the care that they need so that they can get better. Drugs and alcohol are a result of something. Without proper care, without proper concern for people who have experienced mental illness, we are failing them. We have no psychiatric hospital up here. I had to personally drive my client down the hill where they tried to convince her to go back home. The only reason she felt okay and safe was because she had an hour car ride with me. But that took me away from my other clients because no police officer, no worker up here was willing to take the time out to go and help her. She had a suicide attempt the week before. She went to our crisis center and they turned her away because they didn't have enough staff. So what are we going to do differently? What does it take for us to get psychiatrists up here that can treat our clients? So when they come to us, mental health has a stigma as it is. When they come to us, they're trusting us with secrets. It's harder to talk to a therapist than it is a doctor. They're trusting us, but then we're failing them. There's no follow through. I am willing to do and be wherever I need to be the voice of my clients, my family, your family. There's not a time in this world that any of us have not experienced some form of depression and anxiety. And everyone doesn't have family, spouses to go to. So as a community, what are we going to do differently to look out for the people, those who are less fortunate, those who don't have access to therapists? I am truly blessed to do what I do, but I'm also disappointed that I live in a county that is not representing mental health well. So I pray and hope that you guys really consider everything I said. Have a blessed day.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Devonna Evans on item 14.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, staff, and residents. I stand before you to express my wholehearted support for the establishment of the Tiny Homes Youth Drop-In Center in our community. As leaders, we have a responsibility to address the needs of our youth, especially those facing homelessness. A Tiny Homes Drop-In Center provides a safe haven for young individuals who are navigating challenging circumstances. It offers them not just shelter, but a chance to rebuild their lives with dignity and support. Tiny homes are a practical solution, offering a sense of stability and security to those who need it most. By creating this drop-in center, we are not only addressing the immediate housing need for our youth, but also providing a stepping stone towards a brighter future. It's a proactive approach to breaking a cycle of homelessness. Moreover, a tiny home drop-in center is an investment at no cost to the city in our community as our community's well-being. It fosters a sense of compassion and solidarity, showcasing Victorville as a city that cares for the most vulnerable members. This initiative aligns with our values and empathy and inclusivity, reinforcing the ideas that everyone deserves a chance to thrive. I urge the City Council to consider the long-term impacts of supporting such a center. By providing a safe space for our youth, we are nurturing potential leaders, contributors, and citizens who will positively influence the future of Victorville. Let us be the beacon of compassion, resilience, and progress. I encourage you to approve the signing of the letter of support for the Tiny Homes Youth Drop-In Center, sending a powerful message that Victorville is committed to the well-being of all its residents, regardless of their circumstance. Thank you guys so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Evans. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Juliana Riley on a non-agendized item.
Good evening. My name is Juliana Riley. I'm 16 years old and I'm a volunteer with the Family Assistance Center. I'm speaking to share my story and spread awareness on the youth homelessness crisis. I first experienced homelessness at a young age, which resulted from conflict in the household. At the time, I had a therapist that helped me discover the Family Assistance Program. From there, the program has worked miracles in my life. They provided me with temporary housing through an emergency youth shelter called My Place. This shelter serves youth ages 11 through 17. My Place showed me a better side of the situation I was in. The shelter also introduced me to FamSpot, a drop-in center for the youth ages 14 to 24. At FamSpot, I was introduced to the DOR program based off helping youth achieve work experience to get back on their feet and begin a successful journey as a young adult. It helped me with resume building, interview skills, and provided me with an opportunity to begin volunteering at FamSpot. And after a short amount of time, I began volunteering. Between the time I was a client at My Place and now, my life has drastically improved. The services I received have been incredible, and I want youth that may be in the spot that I was in to be easily accessible to these resources, as it showed me a new way to live. With that in mind, I need to speak on the importance of the Tiny Home Project. The Tiny Home Project serves our local youth who are at risk of being homeless or already homeless. This project would target ages 18 through 24. I would absolutely love to see how this project can expand our resources, for it breaks my heart to see youth in the place that I once found myself in. However, without the support of Family Assist, I wouldn't have come to be the individual I am today. This project has already received positive community support and has been approved by the city. Today, what we ask is a letter of acknowledgement so that Family Assist can request gap funding from San Bernardino County. Our county has already invested $72 million towards housing crisis, and it is critical that we apply for this funding. Otherwise, we will miss out on the opportunity to provide support to young residents that need the support here in our community. We are so close to achieving our goal within support through the Tiny Home Program, although without your help, youth will continue to experience this crisis of homelessness. I share my story to provide insight on how this crisis is something that nobody should be going through, especially our youth. Help us make a difference today in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Quinn Hutchins on agenda item 14.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Quinn Hutchins, and I have been a resident of the High Desert for about 1.5 years. I am speaking about item number 14 today for a letter of support for this Family Assistance Program's Tiny Home Village. I have been a client with Family Assistance Program for almost a year. This nonprofit is very useful to local youth inside of San Bernardino County, homeless or not. They offer a variety of resources, including 2 youth drop-in centers in the city of San Bernardino and Victorville, 2 homeless youth shelters in the city of San Bernardino/Mentone and Victorville, housing for victims of domestic violence, and housing for victims of human trafficking. All of these programs are very crucial for the youth, as most of them may have gone caught up with the law, may be homeless, or just need help with things in life. This request will not cost the city any money, but will allow the program to apply for a grant through the county. Thank you for your time and your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Sir Duplashon on item 14.
Good evening, loved ones. I'm coming to you talking about family assistant. I'm a longtime community organizer in the city of Victorville, and I've had the opportunity to work with family assistants on several occasions, as most of you probably have too. But one thing that really sticks out in my mind, the reason why we need this funding, is to continue that good work. In the High Desert, I spent a lot of my time fighting for funding for the High Desert. San Bernardino has a whole campaign going on where they're fighting with the state in order to bring more funding just to the city, just to the county. But even when that funding comes, it rarely makes it up to the high desert. We rarely get our fair share. And we have an opportunity here at this time in order to put some of that money back in our own community. So I think it should be really a given for the city council to really get behind something that's going to bring funds to the high desert. We have several projects going on in the high desert that we would love to support. But Family Assistance is one of those nonprofits up here that's doing the good work. They're fighting the good fight. There's been times where I was going down 7th Street or D Street, and I ran into young women who were homeless, young people, teenagers. And I have conversations with them. And then when they tell me that they're homeless, the first place I call is Family Assistance, just because I know that they're reliable. I know that they're the go-to. And so, like me personally, I have the cell phone number for Daryl Evie, who is the executive director. And so I can call him and he'll make a way, even when there's not capacity. And right now, we all know, because I've been in several meetings with all of you about the homeless crisis going on in the high desert. And there is a capacity issue. We don't have enough housing, but he'll make a way. He'll call probation. He'll call somewhere. We'll find a place for one of these young people to get them off the street. And so I'm asking you guys to please support Family Assistance by writing this letter, and let's make sure that we get funding here in the high desert. Thank you. Keep spreading love.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jose Chavez on item 14.
Hello there, everybody. Thank you. Hi, I'm here to speak on item 14. I just want to ask you as council members, who wants to stand behind this when, 10 years from now, we can look back and think about this day and when we made this decision on helping out our youth. I'm coming to you as a father, a resident who's been, in the high desert my whole life, Victorville, and really just seeing this monumental day where we get the opportunity to make a change that's really a new chapter in, finding youth services. I'm not only coming to you as a father, from my household, but I'm coming to you as a father of the community, right? I make it a point to instill, what my grandparents taught me and pass that forward on to, every youth that I'm coming across. So everyone that comes through my door, we're talking about ground zero here, when we're addressing these youth and we're helping them out with getting, vital documents from, their ID, their birth certificate. If only you guys had a small taste of what it means to, help a former foster youth who, aged out and that was it. Like that's the, the last of the services that they're ever going to receive, and they don't know where to go from there. So our doors are open to help navigate these to help navigate these channels that youth are never taught when they come of age. So I'm looking at people who have this opportunity to make a change in their community and, make a change with these youth, that you see before you, and just look in their eyes, listen to their voice, because these are just the few that are coming up and have the courage and gave me the courage today to come out here and just ask for your assistance on this. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. You guys have a wonderful night, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Morgan Guillen on a non-agendized item.
Hi. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Thank you. Hi, my name is Morgan. Around this time last year, I was homeless. I was bouncing between couches and hotel rooms, really sketchy hotel rooms, and I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I didn't have anybody to help me. And I met FamSpot. I went to FamSpot, and they helped me in ways that I didn't even realize people were willing to do for someone in my situation. I didn't know that help was out there. And when I found it, they didn't make me who I am. I did that myself, but they gave me the ability and made me capable of being the young adult that I am now. They provided the support that I needed. They offered me a place to live when I didn't think I had anywhere to go. They provided me with the support and the helping hand that I needed to become the young woman that I was always capable of being, and now I am. And I can't express how important the Family Assistance Program and FAMSPOT is to people my age that need the help. It's unbelievable how many people my age are out there that need help and can't get it. And that's what Family Assistance Program does, and that's what they want to keep doing. And it's something that I urge everyone in this room to consider, is to just listen to them and listen to us and just listen and know that these people need help and these people are willing to help us. I didn't think anyone was willing to help me, but Family Assistance Program was. And they want to keep doing it for so many people. So I urge you guys to listen, to truly listen and consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Yvonne Moyes on item 14.
Good afternoon, or good evening, sorry, good evening, Mayor, City Council. So I'm just gonna start with, I braved the Cajon Pass to get up here. I don't know if that gives me any credit, but I did do that today. But I come to you today as a Hispanic High Desert Chamber board member, but also as an educator in support of the Family Assistance Program. In San Bernardino County right now, my county office currently is serving over 30,000 students who are homeless. That's K through 12, right? That's just those that are identified. But I think about when they leave our doors and they go out into their communities and what happens next. And the Family Assistance Program has been that light. They have been the ones to open their arms and take in those youth. And so I would really urge you to please sign this letter of support. I always think about when we're teaching our kiddos those life skills and they're in our programs, you know, I want them to be successful members of our community. And the Family Assistance Programs gives those students that opportunity. They give our youth an opportunity that they may not really have. And I will tell you from personal experience, I spoke to 2 students who actually have worked with the Family Assistance Program up here in the High Desert, and they said had not it been for the Youth Drop-In Center, they would have been couch surfing or they would have been out on the streets. And so this is our community, these are our kiddos, and I would ask that you would please support them and support this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, there are no additional speakers.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to close the public comment period, bring it back to the council, and move on to the next business in order. That would be the consent calendar, items 1 through 9.
If I may,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to comment or have questions on items 2, 3, 6, and 7.
Okay. Is there any other council member that'd like to comment? None? Go ahead, Mrs. Gomez. Councilwoman Gomez, sorry.
So for item 2, my question is the title of the financial director and CFO both temp employees for the Robert Half International Incorporation? I'm just wondering.
Can you restate your question, please?
Yes. So is the title for the Victorville finance director and the CFO both temp employees for the Robert Half International Incorporation?
No.
Okay, thank you. For item 3, is the Department of Public Works under a temp agency?
No.
And item 6, does this item relate to the current past 2 years of state housing law compliance and ADU units?
No. Item 6 deals exactly with the item that you discussed and deliberated at the last city council meeting, which is effectively bringing the general plan to be consistent with the housing element.
Thank you. And item 7, for the proof of residency, do we know if all council members have submitted documents besides myself?
Yes, we do know the answer to that, and based upon what you'll find on the very last page of the item, item number 7, it identifies everybody that has responded and how they responded.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. At this time, I invite a motion.
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Councilmember Irving, the motion to move. Councilmember Harriman, second. We'll take,
I don't have any comments.
no comments? Councilmember Harriman?
I have one question. If somebody hasn't submitted their proof of residency, how long do they have?
I'm confused on what's happening here, Madam Mayor. Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a consent calendar, so we don't take comments on,
Well taken.
thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
We will move to a vote.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
I would
Motion
like to
passes
rescind on
unanimously.
one of them. Oh, sorry. I would like to rescind on one of them. That would be item 7. It's a no.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on 7.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move on to the written communications. Item 10, award of a consultant professional service provider standard agreement for a fire sprinkler analysis and design project ESC 24-062. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item deals with an issue involving the airport, particularly the airport's 4 wide-body hangars that are dependent upon foam suppression systems, basically to suppress any fire that would take place inside the hangar. And laws have changed as it relates to what's called PFAS, which is a acronym for a chemical I can't even pronounce, but it's commonly referred to as the forever chemical known to cause, among other things, cancer. And so laws exist that actually require the ultimate elimination of its use. And so it's known as a constituent that's actually in foam systems at hangars. So effectively, this item is an item that brings a firm on board to help design a system that would effectively alter the existing system in our 4 wide-body hangars to, instead of relying on foam, be more of a deluge type system. And this altogether is to help us comply with the existing laws relating to PFAS. So with that, the author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Gray, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve the award of a consultant professional services provider standard agreement to Jensen Hughes, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $192,700 for hangar fire sprinkler analysis and design, project ESC 24-062.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we're going to do technical questions from council members. Councilwoman Gomez?
Yes. How long has the city known of the issue related to the replacement of the foam with the PFAS-free foam and its environmental risks?
Well, we've known about it being an issue of concern, more so related to actually when the laws went into place, and the actual dates are contained in your staff report as to when those new laws went into place. The other competing issue with the imposition of these laws to, in this case, go away from the reliance on a foam system. And the great wisdom of our legislature, this is an example of those laws that get approved without no alternative in place. And so we also have responsibility to comply as an airport in providing a fire suppression system that will effectively extinguish the fire. And foam systems are very common in supporting the extinguishing of a fire. And so there's no known substitute of foam. And so effectively, we've had to go through an exhaustive process just to get concurrence from the city's building official along with the fire chief, and we've had to consult with other fire experts, fire suppression experts, to actually find comfort in coming up with an alternative design or an alternative conceptual design that would effectively be acceptable. And so now that we've gotten to that point, we're ready to move forward. But it wasn't an easy transition once the law was in fact adopted on January 1st of 2022. So we've responded as diligently as we can, and with that, we've gotten concurrence on a concept to proceed, and this design will actually get us to effectively being in a position to award a construction contract at a later date and then make the requisite improvements to the hangar.
So on January 1st, 2022, the manufacture, sale, and use of the AFFF was banned within California with Senate Bill 1044. And in the report, it shows that we are going to be allowing an extra year till 2025, so it'd be 3 years. How would we be mitigating that extra year that we're asking for compliance? There's a lot of risks involved, and I'm not sure what the consequences could be, not only to the employee sector, but to members that cross that pathway.
Our expectation is we will be complete by that deadline date.
So we don't know what we'll be doing with that extra. I'm just seeking clarification as well. What are methods and things that we
The
can be
January
doing?
1st, 2025 date you stated is the date that has been granted to us as an extension deadline.
Okay.
We expect to be done before that extension deadline.
And for how long has SCLA been using PFAS system, and what does it look like in hangars?
Well, we've been, in this particular case, we've been using this type of system as the system that was existing when the hangars were first constructed back in 2008-ish, 2007, 2008 timeframe. And so it's been in use since that time. What does it look like? Really beyond, your traditional fire sprinkler system. There's a additional component or components that basically contain a dry chemical, which is a dry foam. And when the system is triggered, the water gets pumped from a water pump system, basically mixing with the dry chemical to effectively create foam, and foam effectively is discharged from the sprinkler system, basically filling up the inside of a hangar and allowing that basic filling up of foam to extinguish the fire.
And how many hangars are affected, and is the infrastructure affected besides the hangars? And there's 2 phases, it looks like, in a couple of hangars: 676, 678, 681, 682, 746, 747, and 756.
So just those hangars that you enumerated, and as far as the physical work, unless Mr. Ray wants to correct me, my understanding is it's all internal to buildings, largely modifying the existing plumbing system.
And how many phases are forecasted or known to exist for the transition to be in compliance by early next year of 2025?
As far as, so this would be the design phase. And then once completed with the design, we would then ultimately bring back award of construction once we bid out the award of construction.
And will tenants or subleasing contract companies in both phases for the hangars on this report be affected or need to have some type of commodification, and will notifications go out?
The hangars are all occupied, and we'd work closely with the hangars to the extent we can do it while they're working, we will. I think it's a little too early to know the exact potential for disruption, but regardless, we will be working closely with the tenants to minimize all the impacts.
So we don't foresee any type of interference with the business, and if we do we have any recitals or anything in place? So if we were to get some kind of, I don't know, court proceeding, have we addressed that, or that's not something we would be looking at the moment?
That wouldn't be appropriate to consider as a part of this item. And as far as court proceedings, you know, certainly we're not expecting for it to go to that stage. We definitely believe that working closely with and coordinating with our tenants, we can actually complete this project. And in fact, one of our tenants very much is a proponent in wanting us to complete this project sooner as opposed to later.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Irving?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I only have a few questions. Based on what I could read in the staff report, we do not have an ongoing relationship with this consultant. Is that correct?
This firm, I'm not recognizing. Mr. Ray?
Good evening. We do not have a relationship at this point with this company.
Right.
Other than through a solicitation process, we did interview them to understand their position and what their skills are with regard to this particular topic.
Okay, and I understand that we entertain 2 other firms.
That's right. Truth be told, ma'am, we studied the entire spectrum of every consultant we could find throughout the country that has experience doing this work. This is new. This is cutting edge. This is a change from a departure from traditional code, and this was the only company we found that had experience and had done this at several locations.
Okay, so I'm assuming when you did the vetting process, you did a cost analysis to ensure, especially since this is a new area, correct? A new expertise, is that what I understood you to say?
It is a new subject matter.
Yes.
Taking these hangers from a foam system to a sprinkler water-only system. We did not do a cost analysis. What we've done is, it's a little different. We tend to do that with construction project. This is an engineering company. This is a professional service. So
Okay.
we were looking for qualifications first and foremost. We obviously care about cost, but our
Right.
first and foremost concern is to find the qualified professional firm.
Okay. I was just curious when it says that the 2 firms' vision for the project were not aligned with staff's, and that this firm came to us as a recommendation from another consultant. What was wrong with the other 2 firms? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time explaining to them what our goal is, and our goal is to get away from PFAS altogether. And their preference was to minimize the use of PFAS as opposed to walking away from the chemical.
I see.
We didn't feel that that was tenable.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Jones?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Thank you, and I have none. At this time, I would like to invite a motion for this item.
Madam Clerk, I move to adopt the staff's recommendation as it relates to acting as the SCLA Board of Directors.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Councilwoman Jones, a second by Councilmember Harriman. We're going to take comments on the pending motion. Councilwoman Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I wish to thank City Manager Metzler for the fine work on this. My recollection is that this is polyfluoroalkyl substances has been a constituent of emerging concern for at least 2019 that I know of. And here we are, and we have to make sure that we're doing all we can to obey the laws. I mean, this doesn't only relate to what we're doing here, it affects Victor Valley Wastewater Reclamation Authority and a whole host of other public agencies in the state of California. So kudos to you and your team, Mr. Metzler, for doing what we need to do to make everyone safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gomez?
Yes, absolutely. It's always very essential to be able to have people within the councilship to hold some kind of expertise level, at least asking questions, because a lot of these mitigating factors that could be chemically dangerous to the risk of those that we love, those that we have is essential. So I wish we had more of our hired members on staff that would have brought something to it a little earlier rather than allowing state compliance to come in, because sometimes some of these things could have already affected a lot of our loved ones. But nonetheless, I appreciate that we're able to adopt something of this nature to ensure that we're following not only the state law, but what we should have done right from the get-go had we known of something of this nature. Thank you.
Councilwoman Irving?
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
And I have done. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have now taken action to approve the award of consultant professional services provider standard agreement for fire sprinkler analysis and design project ESC 24-062. We'll move on to item 11. Amendment number 3 to the General Service Provider Standard Agreement with Robert Half International, Inc. for temporary staffing, direct hire, and other employer services, project ESC 23-069. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item effectively is expanding an existing contract we have in terms of budget. We had originally budgeted for this contract, which is a contract that provides us with temporary staffing support, particularly in the areas of technology, to supplement our IT department staffing needs. And in the latest form, the agreement had an appropriation of about $218,000. This item is asking for an increase to $408,000. And the reason being more so having to do with when we last projected costs associated with this service, it wasn't envisioning a cyber threat. And effectively, that cyber threat that we experienced in September, October, November, particularly, required us to use the services under this contract and rely on those services under this contract much more than we had forecasted. So with that, this item will allow us to continue with the temporary staffing needs through the fiscal year. I will share with you that it is not our intent to rely entirely over the long term on the temporary staffing services, but this is basically a bridge to get us past the process that we have to go through to recruit and fill some of our vacant positions. So with that, the author on this item is your technology officer, Mr. Mazharul Islam. He is available. He is available via Zoom, and so he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve Amendment Number 3 to the General Services Provider Agreement with Robert Half International, Inc., increasing the total compensation by $190,000 to an amount not to exceed $408,000 to continue providing temporary staffing, direct hire, and other professional services. Authorize the city manager to execute any documents related to this transaction.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take technical questions from council members. Councilwoman Jones?
None, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Irving?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Gomez?
Yes. To have Robert Half International Incorporated for temporary services to directly hire those temporary workers by outsourcing IT and other services, as opposed to locally hiring current talent and boosting our economy. What was our reason for doing that?
The biggest reason, or there's a couple of reasons, and I think they have to do with the type of staffing that we're looking for, and a challenge that we've had locally in hiring for those types of skilled positions. And then secondly, this particular firm, different than other firms we may use for temporary staffing, they have a tradition and a lot of experience in providing, serving as a temporary staffing solution with those from the technology field. So for a couple of reasons is why we've brought this item forward.
And by spending in a 1 year nearly $500,000 for temporary services, would the city probably best benefit or be able to consider a new vendor that may be able to safeguard the IT types of systems that we are talking about at this moment?
At this point in time, we don't believe that would necessarily be prudent. You know, as I mentioned earlier, our ultimate goal is to fully staff the department with full-time equivalent employees. But until we get to that point, we're looking for the best firm with the most reliable experience. And we've had a track record with Robert Half, and in fact, they've performed in such a way where we value the service they offered us. And we look forward to continuing to work with them to fill that gap until we're able to close it with FTEs. And so with that, to now try to find another firm, it would actually set us backwards and probably invite disruptions in our service systems.
Would it be feasible to have a formal request, and that's the assumption that we did not have a fair and equitable procurement standard process, and it was instead a piggyback? I believe that my community has a couple of issues with something of this nature, so I'm just wondering if we had a comparison before we actually delved into this particular.
It wouldn't be appropriate at this time.
And it was talking about the base markup of 65% in some administrative positions, 70% markup added to the base rate of IT positions, and 135% markups for the positions of financial director and CFO. What does this mean for local competition wages paid for temporary employees in Victorville? That's starting on page 203. And I really just wanted to understand those base markups.
Well, those base markups are effectively so that the firm has an ability to make money. If you were to compare apples to apples, what the price that a staffing firm is going to charge versus what the actual employer is going to pay to its own full-time equivalents, you won't have an apples to apples comparison. And you'll actually see that from a dollars perspective, there's a lower cost per hour that would be paid to the employee. But of course, that's not contemplating the overhead that the employer still has to pay for. In the case of a company like Robert Half or any other consulting or service company, they're going to charge a price for the labor, but there's also going to be baked into the total price a cost for overhead and profit. And so you will see a difference, but we are motivated at the same time to be able to bring on our full-time employees. That way we have much more direct ability to manage and monitor their workloads.
Thank you. And finally, the last question. I did a brief research on my own on the company, and I saw a federal lawsuit with discrimination of a particular female of color, and I just didn't want something like that to happen in the city of Victorville. Maybe
Excuse
staff
me,
can look a little bit
Councilwoman
deeper.
Gomez, excuse me, if you'd come to order, please. Mr. DeBernowski, does that have anything to do with?
I don't believe that's relevant. Sorry, I don't believe that's relevant to the agenda item, which is to approve this temporary staffing contract.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman
Then
Gomez.
I don't
bring
have any
yourself up.
further.
Thank you very
I don't
much.
have any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
Keith, when you say overhead, is he paying the workman's comp on those employees?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I only have one question, just because Mr. Metzler, just because all these job descriptions are here, that doesn't mean we're hiring all of these jobs, correct?
You know, can I re-answer Mayor Pro Tem Harriman's question, I want to alter my answer. After having thought about it, I think I responded too quickly. I don't know for sure is the answer. However, I can qualify that to say that if, not knowing the exact relationship between Robert Half and its employees, if there is that type of a cost for the employer, then the employer would be responsible, yes.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, can you restate your question?
The job descriptions that are here in 203, just because it says computer operator 4, doesn't mean we hire a computer operator 4, correct? These are just the different jobs he provides.
So typically yes, the answer is yes. Typically when these are bid, because the needs of the organization could change, they effectively serve as a menu for you to pick from, and at least the prices are identified in advance so you know what the cost is going to be.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. At this time, I'll invite a motion for this item.
I'd like to make a motion to table this item until we do further research on the company before we move forth.
Is there a second? No second, that motion dies. This time I'll invite a motion for the item in front of us.
I'll move to adopt.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, provided that the motion is to adopt staff's recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, we'll take comments on the pending motion to adopt staff's recommendation. Mr. Harriman?
I have none.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
No questions or comments?
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, I have concerns with, one, the recommendation from the city level staff to the Honorable City Council, which reads as follows, which is to approve the amendment for number 3 to the General Services Provided Agreement with Robert Half International Incorporated, known as Robert Half, to increase the total compensation by $190,000 to an amount not to exceed $408,000 to continue providing temporary services, direct hire, and other professional services, and also with number 2, which states, authorize the city manager to execute any documents related to this transaction, because I believe further research should be something that we would consider. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no comments. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. We have now taken action to approve the amendment number 3 to the General Service Provider Standard Agreement with Robert Half International, Inc. for temporary staffing, direct hire, and other employer services, Project ESC 23-069. We are going to move on to item 12, Advanced Metering Infrastructure Gateway Data Collectors Procurement. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is dealing with the purchase effectively of data collector equipment, and this would be equipment that would help support and bring us closer to fully transitioning to an automated meter reading system, and effectively for your benefit and that of the audience, the Water Department has been working on a project to fully automate meter reading, relying on technology, and we're pretty close. We've made some good advancements, but with these data collectors and effectively affixing them to high points in the community, whether they be affixed to water tanks, street lights, ball field lighting. These devices will be positioned in such a way where they can ultimately communicate with each and every water meter throughout the city and be able to collect meter readings remotely, effectively reducing the need to actually have a drive-by meter reading collection system, if you will. So with that, this involves the purchase of 40 units, and once these units are procured, we are going through the process, and we've included the Planning Commission already to actually locate these units at particular locations throughout the city. So with that, the author on this item is your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council Board of Directors find that Ferguson Enterprises LLC is the sole distributor for Neptune Technology Group's products. The aforementioned products are proprietary in nature and a sole source and approved in accordance with VMC 2.28.100B2, and authorize the city manager to approve and execute the procurement of advanced metering infrastructure, Neptune R900 system data collector equipment with Ferguson Enterprises LLC in the amount of $594,384.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to take technical questions from the city council members. Councilmember Jones?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez?
Yes. What is the current practice for water meter readings, for example, monthly reads by staff, which is based on meter readings or electronically by technological means?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And so we do effectively conduct monthly meter reads. We've evolved, and so we've evolved from a place to where we had an individual driving throughout the community, effectively reading getting out of the vehicle and reading each and every meter in the city, to where now the system that we're operating is we're still having an individual driving a vehicle, but now we can drive by, and we have technology that actually effectively, if you can imagine a wanding, for lack of better terms, through the drive-by, we can actually wand through the neighborhood and pick up the readings in a drive-by situation. And so effectively, this next transition removes that driving, that individual from having to individually collect, and just relies on communication through frequencies to actually collect the meter readings remotely.
Thank you. And has downloading of the data taken place since the city went from manual meter reading to an automated meter reading system with the electronic collection of water usage?
Yes.
Thank you. And how does the water system collect data multiple times per hour? Maybe if you can explain how that occurs, and a reiteration of if is what you've already said or stated, that would be something that I'd like to know. If not, you can tell me you've already spoken to that aspect.
No, actually, I have not, and I think it's a fair question, and I'm going to ask Mr. Matthews to come up and speak to it, because really it's speaking to the technology that's built into the Neptune meters in of itself, and that's a large reason why we are continuing to rely on sole source provision in this particular case, because of the proprietary technology that exists. And so we're wanting to buy these units that communicate with the technology that already exists in the meters that will take multiple recordings. And so, Mr. Matthews, can you explain maybe a little bit about how the meters currently work?
Certainly. So the meters have the ability to send a signal out at certain frequencies, and obviously the shorter the frequency, the more data you're going to consume and the less history you get. So you can program them how often they do it. Usually 15 minutes is pretty good, so that we can see real-time usage throughout the day, very granular, understand more about leaks and things of that nature, get alerting, and just have more ability to make good decisions in the water system.
Thank you. So you gave an example of 15 minutes. I kind of didn't process that. Would that be within a 24-hour span, just a 15-minute allotment? I don't.
Every 15 minutes.
Oh, every 15 minutes. And that's the capacity, the capability, but it's not something that we're currently practicing?
We can get that read if we go to the meter with our iPad or iPhone or, tablet or cell phone, and we can pick up that data. With the new system, it'll come directly to the system and be available to the users as well, so they can monitor their own usage as well.
Oh, so I'm glad you made that statement. I don't know if Mr. Messer would like to redirect the question to you, but my question also is, I had a couple of issues with a couple of homes and homeowners that they were expending, instead of $150, $300 and $400, and it was too much for them. And I think if you're able to extrapolate just a bit more on that last aspect about reading and how it controls it, I have a member that was going to be here present for the community to dispel that if it was a myth or not. And that's something very important for that community section over by Del Rey.
And so help me with the question.
Yes, so the issue for an area that's happening by Del Rey, which is the school, is a lot of those homes, instead of $150, it's cropped up to $300 and $400. So they've been taking accurate measures, you know, whatever accuracy means to them. And Mr. Matthews made a statement towards the end that triggered me to say that it was more important if he can extrapolate on that last portion and all.
Our time is up.
Thank you.
So if I might, and I'll allow Mr. Matthews to expand. And so when we bill, the billings are actually based upon the actual data that we collect from those reads. Now, it's not uncommon to where, as you're kind of alluding to where perhaps a customer doesn't believe that they consumed as much. You know, one of the nice features of being able to pull the data from our meters is we can break things down in 15-minute intervals. And that over a 24-hour period, 7 days a week, gives us a good sense as to what likely is happening. And so it will actually show us if there's like a standing usage of water, for example, across the 24 hours, or if there's a spike at a certain time. And so the data can tell us certain things. It's not uncommon for us to find, say, for example, steady usage of water, say at 2 o'clock in the morning, which may indicate that that's a leak. And so while yes, and that's probably not the only example, I'll allow Mr. Matthews to expand, but in many cases, some of those discrepancies that we're seeing between, you know, what an individual user believes they've used and our data, it actually helps us discover a legitimate problem in that maybe they have a leak that they're not aware of. And so, Mr. Matthews, is there anything more you can add?
No, that's exactly right. You'll see a leaking toilet. The toilet's going to leak 24/7. You're going to see water usage continually and you'll get alerts. So, but I would add that we do have a conservation staff. They do perform water audits. If you have citizens out there or customers that, you know, need help with a water bill, understand how to reduce it, they'll go out there and help them out. All they need to do is call us. So we provide that as a service at no cost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yeah, does that price include the installation of the collector sites, or has that already been done?
No, that the next phase you'll see is to get a contract with Ferguson to go ahead and install some towers, to install the collectors, to program everything, to ensure all the backhaul getting back to City Hall is going to work, that the security of the system is fine. So everything going on to actually make this happen and make sure we have enough redundancy and overlap in the system to pick up all the meters, or areas where we may need some cell meters because we're just not going to get it. That's where we need the help of a construction manager and another firm to go do this, which would be sole sourced through this as well, because they're the proprietary company that provides this equipment and performs these services.
So we kind of foresee some areas like cell phone where my phone doesn't work that good right here, and we'd have something in place to correct that.
Yeah, it more comes down to, does it make sense to put a tower up and a collector when the cost of the cell service to pick up 6 houses is not going to warrant that? So if you think we put a collector up on our elevated tank at the SCLA about 150 feet in the air, and I think we're picking up anywhere between 10 and 15,000 meters. We have 39,000. So it's doing a good job of reaching out because of how high it is, but there still needs to be redundancy and overlap out there in the system. So, you know, there could be pockets out there. There could be pockets of areas where we don't pick up, but later on development's going to come in there. We'll put a tower in at that point, or find a place on a street light signal to put an antenna on. We'll figure something out at that point.
Okay, one last question. As we develop the homes, is the developer going to pay for the new infrastructure we'll need as we grow as a city, just like we make them pay for the sewer and the water, you know, mains?
That's actually a great question. I mean, when the customer comes in, a developer, they are gonna pay for the meters and to put all the meters in. So That's something we'll have to look at. If it's big enough, maybe it would be something we would include at some point.
The only thing I can think of that may answer the question probably has to do with whether or not we've actually included that in the capital plan for connection fees. I'm guessing not. And so that being said, it's just these improvements are effectively operating expenses really intended to help be more efficient with cost. One of the things that we'll realize, because it has been a question that's been asked, and I'll just put it out there so that you're aware, and I illustrated the meter reader for a reason, that the meter reader is an individual. We're not proposing, and we will not eliminate positions or lay people off as a result of this project. What this will actually allow us to do is utilize those individuals in a more efficient and effective way. And so we'll actually find different things for them to do that actually provide them with different opportunities in the organization. So I would say, to answer the question, we're not asking the developers to pay for it. Effectively, it's being driven or paid for through rates, which is just operational cost.
So connection fees will just go up maybe or something like that.
Yeah, not connection. It would be just built in the rate.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Doug.
Thank you. And I just have one question, Mr. Metzler. Above all this electronic and digital and everything, I can still ask for a live read, correct? If I feel that my water bill, because it is, I'm in a tier 2, they can come out and verify within reason where they said that my water usage is, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have nothing further. At this time, I'll invite a motion for this item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
I second.
Thank you. We're going to take comments on the pending motion. Councilwoman Jones?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
I love being on the cutting edge of technology. Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have.
Councilmember Irvin?
No comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez?
At the moment, thank you.
Thank you, and I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We've now taken action to approve the procurement of the advanced metering and infrastructure gateway data collectors. We're going to move to item number 13, fentanyl awareness program. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman, would you like to introduce this item, being that this item was requested by you?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, would you please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item was originally requested by then Councilmember Harriman, now Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. And the genesis for the request had to do with us all, well, I shouldn't say us all, but a few of us participating in a League of California Cities meeting where we were able to observe another community having launched its own fentanyl awareness and education program. It certainly got us all motivated, especially considering the severity of the issue that's affecting those in our communities. And so with that, the council asked us to bring something back, ultimately a program. And in doing so, and I appreciate the amount of time that the council's allowed us to have getting to this point, because one of the things that we recognized first off was that when it came to fentanyl awareness and education, that's not a space that we exactly had a lot of experience in. So we approached the request to bring this item forward based upon us trying to learn first of whether or not programs already existed. And we were fortunate to find that we do in fact have a program that's led by the Institute of Public Strategies here in our community, providing similarly natured service to what we were seeing in that original presentation. So we've spent some time working with Ms. Carolina Gabaldon from the Institute of Public Strategies, who is here in the audience for any questions you might have of her. But we've worked with her and her team to effectively establish a memorandum of understanding, which this particular MOU memorializes our relationship going forward in working together, largely to help promote and even expand the larger awareness of the effects of fentanyl and help promote an education program. We've laid out in better detail in the staff report what our roles and responsibilities are going to do. And I think what we're pleased to find is that we're not effectively duplicating a service. And in fact, I think we're complementing a service that already exists and is being done well. So I've had a team on my side work to get us to this point as well. Mr. Tony Camargo, assistant to the city manager, who I don't believe is here, but also Ms. Sue Jones, who is here, also worked with me to help bring this forward. So we've got a team to be able to answer any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That your honorable city council approve the attached memorandum of understanding between the city of Victorville and Institute for Public Strategies to provide substance misuse prevention services and activities to the residents of Victorville and surrounding communities.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to take technical questions from council members. Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez?
Yes. Would the city be able to put a dollar figure to that term incidentals as it's described in the report? Maybe dollar figure, percentage?
We really tried to, but we couldn't. We think our role is not going to be very expensive, and in fact likely could work within the operating budget that we already have.
And is the community outreach coming from a settlement that the city entered and can be used for the program, or from what funding?
No.
And we talked about the funding. What funding was that?
Well, right now, we're not identifying a fiscal impact, so we haven't identified a specific funding level. However, we do speak in this document as to relating what Institute for Public Strategies is doing, and there will be some coordination with work out at our wellness center. And so I don't remember the name of the fund, but we have received settlement funds. I mean, that presumably could be a funding source if you wanted to try to identify one specifically, but until we get further down to really come to terms with the exact agreed scope, we don't have anything to identify at this time.
Thank you. It would be hard for me to believe that there would be no monies or percentages. So my next question is pertinent to that. Are hours being recorded or administered and logged? And if so, how is that being done? Because I believe our staff, whether they're hourly paid or salary staffed, they may be being brought away from other events or issues that they can be addressing, but I don't know that, so that's my question.
So that will not be done, and I just want to be clear. There will be costs, but we can't identify them right now. The costs that we do expect to incur, they're in kind effectively, which means it's likely using staffing resources that's already available. It's likely using facilities here at City Hall that are already available. It's likely using some of our marketing and outreach that's already available in place. So that's kind of why it's difficult to really pinpoint the exact cost. There will be a cost. It's hard to measure at this point in time.
Thank you. And what was the year, that was presuming that there was a settlement, but you said there was no settlement where the funds would be using, correct?
The settlement, the opioid settlement, I think is what you're referring to, and that's not specifically tied to this contract.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
None, thank you.
Thank you. And I just have one question. Mr. Metzler, can this training save somebody's life who is OD'd on not what they thought was fentanyl, but another drug?
I do believe this can help save lives.
There isn't a cost on that, correct?
I'm sorry?
Somebody's life,
Correct.
save somebody's life.
I would
Thank
agree.
you.
I would agree.
Thank you. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. At this time, with Councilmember Jones moving the motion and Councilmember Harriman second. Councilmember Jones, you have any comments?
Just very quickly, I mean, I'm reminded of the presentation that we had not too long ago from Ms. Gabaldon, and it was rather full and very, very helpful. And I think that my colleagues, we all see all over the news all the time about the dangers presented by fentanyl. And I have certainly had some conversations with moms whose children have died from fentanyl. And so this is a threat to our society. This is most certainly a threat to our community. I'm very proud of our council, and thank you, Mr. Harriman, for wanting to bring this forward. Of course, Mayor Pro Tem Harriman and I and Mr. Metzler were in attendance at that league where we first heard about what at least one city was doing with regard to awareness and education, and other cities were very interested in this. This is something that we cannot, just, agree that it's an issue and not do something about. It comes in many forms. It's disguised in all forms and manners. And I'm so glad that we're going to take the step to better equip our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
I would just agree with Ms. Jones, Councilman Jones. But I want to thank Tony and Sue for the facilitating the relationship with the Institute of Public Strategies. And I just think it's really important for our community. We are the leader. We are the big shots here in the high desert. So I do think it's very important. We have so many youth out there that are just unaware. And that's usually how it happens when the tragedy happens. There's a lot of being unsure. So I'm really glad we're doing this, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Irving?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm glad to see that we as a city were taking the leadership or the initiative to educate community and make them aware of this crisis situation. And any time you're trying to mitigate an issue and you want to make a difference, it's always education and awareness that really will make the change. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gomez?
Yes. Aside from the television, the social media, and other forms of newspapers that we see based on criminality with causes and effects that are reported, they also relate to issues with cocaine, driving under the influence, public health concerns related to water safety, among other pressing and priority matters to different groups for different reasons and experiences. And this council, as a majority, has chosen that fentanyl would take its priority despite it not being my very own. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a comment, Mr. Harriman. Thank you for bringing this to us. Madam Clerk, would you kindly take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
We've now taken action to approve the Memorandum of Understanding for Fentanyl Awareness Program. Going to move to item 14, Tiny Home Village Letter of Acknowledgement. Thank you to the public that came out and spoke in regards to it. Mr. Metzler, would you like to add anything?
I think the only thing I can add at this time, Madam Mayor and members of the council, is first, we have received the request from representatives of the Tiny Home Project We've also included as a part of the very simple staff report, the letter they submitted. It's not exactly a letter of support or a letter of acknowledgement. And so it's not taking the actual form of a letter, more so just describing what it is they're looking for. And with that, you know, I would share with you a word of caution as we proceed, but ultimately your deliberation and decision is yours tonight. But first, speaking to the letter, you know, the letter in of itself is asking for a letter of acknowledgement, which is kind of an unusual term for us, as it relates to the Tiny Homes Village project is how the letter is crafted. And so one thing that I would advise to you is that as we understand the letter of acknowledgement, to satisfy that, I would tell you we've already done that, in that the Planning Commission has actually taken action specifically regarding the Tiny Homes project, and it actually has adopted and assigned resolution not only for the conditional use permit, but also the site plan that accompanies it. So I believe if what they're asking for is in fact the letter of acknowledgement, which is in this summary, I believe we've satisfied that. But again, the ultimate decision is yours. And the reason why I say that is because in the same document that they've submitted, there is language in there that causes me to question whether or not what they're asking for is really just for the Tiny Homes project, and particularly bringing your attention to the second to last paragraph of their letter or their document. It speaks to, there's a sentence in there that says that the money will be used to rehabilitate a vacant building and surrounding areas, including repaving of alleyways, upgrading sidewalks, landscaping, trash enclosures, underlining of utility lines. I think that means undergrounding of utility lines. And so I bring that to your attention in part because at least the entitlement that I'm aware of that the Planning Commission approved first does not deal with the rehabilitation of a vacant building, causing me to believe that potentially they're speaking to something else. I also believe as a part of the conditions imposed on the Tiny Homes project, the undergrounding of utilities were suspended. That combined with the testimony that we heard tonight in public comment, you know, they ask for a letter of support, they ask for a letter of acknowledgement. I've also heard construction of projects or a project. You know, I would just advise some caution in trying to get better clarity on what it is they're asking for, because if it's something other than the Tiny Homes project that's already been approved by the Planning Commission, my word of caution more so has to do with taking action that could actually presuppose a decision that could ultimately go before the Planning Commission that hasn't yet gone before the Planning Commission if in fact they're looking at doing other projects. So with that, I'll leave the deliberation. I'll yield back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
Thank you very much. Technical questions from council members. Councilmember Jones?
Yes, and so Mr. Metzler, Mr. DeBortnowski, either one or both of you, and Mr. Metzler, you alluded to a little bit. I'm concerned about what the intent of this item really is, because when this item was requested, it was my understanding was that it was being requested because of a conversation with a community member wanting not an endorsement, but an affirmation of the Planning Commission's decision. And then as that discussion went on just a little bit, I clarified before casting my vote on this because I wanted to know if it was an acknowledgement, a confirmation, what was it exactly? And here we have before us an acknowledgement. So my question is, and especially in light of all of the very specific comments that we heard from reputable and beloved members of our community, what is it that we're expected to decide upon tonight? Because if in fact it's more than a simple acknowledgement, with which I have business concerns with, but if it's more than that, I have issues with transparency and whether or not our community has not been given meaningful access and or the correct opportunity to decide whether or not they wanted to participate based on exactly what the agenda item says, a letter of acknowledgement.
Was there a question?
Yeah, that was my question. What exactly are is being asked of us here tonight? Because if it goes beyond what it says here, which is a letter of acknowledgement, I have concerns with the Brown Act. So I would like a response from Mr. Metzler or Mr. DeBortnowski.
I think, as Mr. Metzler pointed out, what is in the attachment seems to be asking for more than just a letter of acknowledgement. As Mr. Metzler pointed out, the Planning Commission did approve the project within certain, within certain conditions. And if that's all they're asking for, that would be an acknowledgement of the Planning Commission action. If it's something beyond that, which it seems to allude to in this attached letter, that's kind of beyond the scope of
Exactly, transparency issues. So I'm looking for advice on how to proceed.
Again, I believe the question is, if it's a letter of acknowledgement, I think you could do a letter of acknowledgement, acknowledging what the Planning Commission has approved today.
So then for purposes of our meeting here, because this is a huge legal issue in my mind, we can only be discussing a letter of acknowledgement from the Planning Commission's decision on tiny homes.
Your time is up.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, absolutely. So for me, in my rationale and in the level of comprehension that I've heard multiple people speak, and reading the report which was very short, I am completely knowing of what the request is, which to me was very, very clear. I might need to add that, as opposed to one of the people who have just spoken as a council member. The ask was of the $72 million, that one of the requirement was, in order for this nonprofit to receive, was that the city council was in line. And the things that I understood that we would be in line with not only were the tiny homes, but the aesthetic pleasure of the surrounding areas, which is a contributor to enhance not only the welfare, but the safety of these members who would be partaking between the ages of 18 and 24. So now that I've created some context, I would like to understand what part of my understanding perhaps has been gapped. And you can respond to some issue was transparency, another issue was the ask of, and the third thing was if this ask was already done within the commission, what is there that gap that maybe I'm just not able to comprehend from the perspective of the executive team and some of my colleagues here?
I don't know.
Then my next question would be, if we were to have something approved tonight, what language would we be delving? It was a letter of acknowledgement. What does that mean legally? A letter of endorsement, if that was even an option. What does that look like? What does endorsement mean legally? And then the third one was...
Time is up.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. My understanding, I'm kind of in line with Councilwoman Gomez. What's the legal definition? What does a letter of acknowledgement mean? And I don't see where if the Planning Commission has already approved this, if the letter is to acknowledge that the Planning Commission approved it. And I understand that they need this letter so that they can apply for the grant. I'm not sure. I didn't see that they were asking for more than simply a letter of acknowledgement for the project. I didn't read all of that. And even if that's the case, if staff was directed to simply pen a letter to acknowledge, to provide the acknowledgement, and restate what has already occurred? And I mean, acknowledgement and support of the project. What harm does that cause?
Thank you, Councilmember Irving. So first, we have read this document, also with caution based upon previous conversations that we have had with representatives for the Tiny Homes Project. And so those conversations involve different types of projects, which has caused us to look at this document much more closely. And so that's why we read what we did, listened very carefully to what we're hearing tonight, which caused us to believe, absent an actual drafted letter by them to clearly figure out what they want us to say, we're not exactly sure what it is they want or what it is we're being asked to acknowledge, because there has been some history previous to this letter being submitted that's caused us to believe they're looking at something more than just tiny homes. And so because of that past history, based upon the language that we're seeing in this document, based upon testimony that we're hearing tonight, that's why I offer the word of caution is absent an actual draft letter by them expressing clearly what it is they're looking for from us. You know, perhaps already drafted for us to be able to say, yes or no, we can, as a council, authorize that letter. We don't know if what they're asking for has a potential consequence, say, for example, as I alluded to, presupposing, say, a planning commission decision on some other project. We don't necessarily want it to be used or interpreted as applying to something other than, say, just tiny homes.
So you think that by giving this letter, it obliges us to do more than?
It possibly could, and that's why I'm saying right now, we don't know, absent the actual draft letter from them. They submitted to us a document asking us to author, and based again on past history with these folks, based upon testimony tonight, based upon what they included in this document. I don't know, you know, if you were to ask me to write that document, I don't know exactly what I'm writing it for. You know, I could write it basically referring to the resolution, specifically to the resolution that the planning commission signed and really speaking to the four corners of what the planning commission deliberated. You know, certainly could do that. They didn't offer that language to us, so we'd have to take a shot in the dark at that. And we possibly could, and that could ultimately be your deliberation. But at this point in time, it's not abundantly clear to us what they want this letter.
I understand, but perhaps you are able to draft something or pin something, because I think at the end of the day, every person on this council wants to help this very vulnerable population in our community. I think we all agree with that. So I'll sit in and weigh in, listen to what others are asking, but I'm just trying to see if there's some way that we can provide something for this organization so that they can move forward with their grant proposal. Thank you. I mean, the grant request, excuse me. Thank you.
Any further questions?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Harriman?
I have none.
And I actually have a infrastructure question. You said something about I'm sorry, Mr. Metzler, you mentioned something about underground utilities being put on hold?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to ask Mr. Scott Webb to come on up because he's likely the most familiar with the actual conditions. But I do believe that as a part of the conditions approved by the Planning Commission, that they did authorize the suspending of undergrounding of utilities. And is that a correct statement, Scott?
It is, yes, and it's memorialized in the site plan resolution that the Planning Commission approved.
If I may, Mr. Metzler. Mr. Webb, so you mean they don't have to underground their utilities?
Correct, yes. Since it's an existing site, the Planning Commission already has a policy on modifications to development, whether they need to underground or not. In this case, since the surrounding properties still have above ground utilities, they took a action to suspend those improvements, so they're not required to obtain occupancy of the new development.
Okay, thank you very much.
And so if I may, Madam Mayor, just bring in your attention to page 285, second to last paragraph, and that's what causes us the confusion is knowing the conditions of the planning commission and in the second to last paragraph, in the last sentence, in the author's articulation of what these monies could go towards if they were to get the $3 million in infrastructure, they're speaking to a requirement that they're speaking to an infrastructure improvement, which is the undergrounding of utility lines. I think that's what they mean by underlining utility lines. And so that has to be in our interpretation of this whole thing for something other than tiny homes, because tiny homes has the undergrounding requirement suspended.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, you did want to be recognized?
Yes, please.
Hold on one second. Does he still have time?
Yes, he didn't use his time.
There you go. Go ahead.
If the underground utilities have been suspended, that doesn't mean that they never would have to do it. It would just be delaying when they have to do it, with maybe the when they improve the area around that location.
That is a correct statement. So they are required to record a suspension agreement on the property. So at some point in the future, the city could call upon them to install those improvements. But it's typically not done unless there's larger infrastructure improvements to the area. So if like their neighbor undergrounded utilities, it would make sense for them to do it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. At this time, I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council direct staff to provide a letter of acknowledgement for the tiny home village project, excuse me.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Comments on the pending motion? Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, absolutely. So I did a quick something of my understanding. It says, I, the city of Victorville, provide a letter of acknowledgement to the nonprofit organization by the title of Family Assistance under Darrell Eby, as the San Bernardino County is a steward of the state funding dollars and other monies to allocate to qualified municipality corporations. The City Council of Victorville acknowledges the need of tiny homes and other necessary infrastructure needs based on the ask and requirements of the San Bernardino County. Regards, City of Victorville City Council. That's something that I come up very quickly just to acknowledge that I believe I have a full and thorough understanding of not only what I read, but what a lot of you guys members came up and projected with your intonations and a lot of the non-body behaviors, as well as the linguistic attributes that contributed to that. That's my comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
Madam Mayor, if you'll indulge me for just a moment before I comment, I just want clarification on the pending motion, which was for a letter of acknowledgement on the tiny home. Is the acknowledgement simply a simple affirmation of the Planning Commission's decision?
Member Irving, since you made the motion?
I think that, yes, it is, but it's also to acknowledge the project. And to not endorse it, but to embrace it.
All right, thank you. So now I will make comments. So when this item was requested by Mayor Becerra, it was specifically for a letter of acknowledgement of the Planning Commission's decision. It was not looking for an endorsement. It was not looking to embrace it. So to have any discussion beyond that would be, in my opinion, inappropriate. I'm so grateful for our audience members that have come and spoken with us, members that I respect greatly, Stephanie Pizarran, Sir Duplichan, Ivan Mules, former council member with Adelanto. So happy that you're all with us, and a SELPA member that's, I think, retired, who's left the meeting. members of our community that are movers and shakers, and I appreciate their work. However, we have a planning commission that is appointed. Each planning commissioner is nominated by a council member, ultimately each appointed by the full of the council. That is an autonomous body, meaning that they are not an extension of the council per se. Their decisions do not need to be endorsed by the city council. Their decisions are sufficient unto themselves. So for me, any letter of acknowledgement is simply, to me, from a business perspective, is a workaround, and really deminimizes, in my view, the hard work and dedication and deliberations of our planning commission. I do not want any planning commissioner feeling that at some point their work has to be endorsed or could be endorsed or not endorsed by any member or of the full council. That said, on September 29th, we had a public speaker who came before us asking for the council support for Desert Ridge Transitional Care Center, a skilled nursing facility for seniors. She had contacted our city clerk on this matter. She ultimately came to the council asking for a letter of support, longtime resident, wanting to do great work for our community. And I sat here as the chair in this meeting saying, thank you very much. I appreciate your passion and your endeavors for our city. But it is not the council's business to get involved in the private affairs of business. If that's the case, Impact Health Share this evening, go get a business license. That company would have every right to come to this council and say, I need a letter of support because maybe I need some additional startup monies, right? This woman who spoke passionately for Desert Ridge Transitional Care should be able then, she's got a license, she's been approved, she should come right back to this council and say, I want a letter of support, a letter of acknowledgement, affirming your city staff's decision. I think this goes beyond our role. I think it goes against best business practices for the conduct of city business. And while I appreciate the hard work, and I'm a strong advocate for those people that are homelessness, at the end of the day, business is business, and this will set a dangerous precedent. We are potentially opening the floodgates to a lot of businesses and a lot of nonprofits coming before us saying, I want a letter of acknowledgement, when in fact we know it's going to be used as a letter of endorsement. We know in this case it's going to be used to secure money. That's not our job. The Planning Commission made a decision. It's sufficient unto itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Harriman?
I would also like to say that I agree with that. The Planning Commission, they made that decision. I do not tell my planning commissioner what to do, say, or believe. So I believe that's an independent body also. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I do have a question for our city clerk. Madam Clerk, and I don't remember where I read it. Isn't it in our policy manual that any member of the public can come to a council member and request for something to be on the agenda? It's up to the council member to bring it towards or to the council for approval and for discussion?
That is correct.
So if something was brought up, like I brought this up, I got a second, it was voted, and that's why it's in front of us.
Correct.
So anybody who might have come to any council member, they can request anything to be put on the council, as long as a council member brings it to us.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further comments. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
No.
Mayor Becerra?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Jones and Harriman voting no.
At this time, we passed a motion for a letter of acknowledgement of the Planning Commission's approval for the tiny home project.
Madam Mayor, I wish to make a special request provided for in our policy manual. I would like the minutes to show that I'm opposed to this action for the following reasons. Today's action sets a precedent contrary to best practices in the conduct of city business. It effectively undermines the hard work and faithful deliberation of the Planning Commission, which rightly should be autonomous and without undue influence from council members or the council as a whole. Planning Commission decisions are binding absent successful appeal, and this action calls into question whether those decisions are good enough without the council's blessing. Today, this council potentially opened the floodgates for every business to come forward demanding a letter of affirmation, lest this council appear to prefer one business over another. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
I have a point of order for clarifying a couple of things that just happened right now.
Hold on, Member Gomez. At what point are we at, City Clerk?
Taken the vote, but Councilmember Jones wanted an opposition specifically noted in the minutes as called for in the Policy and Procedure Manual. So after that note, we would move on to the next item.
Thank you. I'm going to now call up item 15. Give me a minute.
Okay, we're on number 15. Fringe benefits update, resolution number 24-006 or resolution number 24-007. Keith, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. This item is being brought back, as a follow-up to the discussion and deliberation we had at the last city council meeting. And as we identified then, we identify now that this item is being brought forward really with the intent of correcting an inequity that exists involving council member compensation, more so particularly related to the benefit allowance made available to council members. And largely due to a fairly recent change in Mayor Becerra's family status is when this inequity was discovered. And so with that, given the deliberation and discussion we had at the last meeting, we did have some suggested language at that time that would help correct the inequity. We also included, based upon feedback of that meeting, some alternative language that we believe satisfies some of the comment that we received. We have highlighted both forms of language in yellow in the staff report. And I can tell you as staff that either form of language gets us to the same place of satisfying the ultimate intent, which is resolving the inequity in council member benefit allowances being made available. So with that, if the council is desirous of trying to resolve that inequity, either of these languages before you could satisfy. And so with that, without going into much of the additional detail, which we're prepared to, if so desired, since we discussed it all at the last meeting, I'll go ahead and let you know that we do have your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith, along with your Human Resources Officer, Ms. Josie Trevino. They're both available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Okay, Jennifer, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 24-006, which revises the fringe benefits available to council members who are also CalPERS retirees, retroactive to July 1, 2023, or resolution number 24-007, which revises the fringe benefits available to council members who are CalPERS retirees, incorporating updated language from the council meeting of January 16th, 2024, retroactive to July 1, 2023.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Thank you. So as this was an item at my request, may I further introduce it, please?
No, I think we'll move forward like this.
So our policy manual, point of order then, our policy manual does state that the requester of the item has an opportunity to introduce the item. Is my point well taken?
well taken, but I don't think this is what you asked to be on the agenda.
I requested that this item be revisited, and that's what we have before us. So I'm asking to further introduce the item.
Okay, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. So, so as this item was taken up, further introducing it, this item was taken up at our last meeting. We had intense conversations, and ultimately, the motion that was put forward failed because it was a tie vote. And so, as this is a very serious subject, and I certainly wanted to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, I thought it was appropriate to have a second bite at this apple in fairness to our mayor and/or future councils that happen to be CalPERS retirees. Of course, my view is always that we set policy not on individuals, but on good practice. So I thought in fairness to our sitting mayor that we ought to take another look at this, and hopefully this time we can have, some civil discourse and wholesome collaboration and come to a reasonable conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, are there any technical questions from council members regarding this item? And we'll start with you, Ms. Gomez.
Yes, so I have a couple of questions. First, starting with the reporting, the clarification of the writings and the intent of what the report is to bring forth. I don't see this item, and let me just let you know, it's not clear to me. I would have thought that this item would have been bifurcated, which just means creating two different recommendations on two exceptional items, but when it says fringe benefits update hyphen resolution number 2.24-006, or the word or is, I take legally, not layman terms, which causes a little bit of friction in my understanding. Resolution number 0.24-007, and it goes on to give the recommendation, the impact, the background, and the attachments A through C. So I would like clarity into understanding the reason for establishing an OR, which is an option, but legally it's very different from the English literature that's being used. So how are we utilizing that particular OR?
We're using it based upon the plain read, the plain language, which is to mean pick one or the other. It doesn't matter.
So then, for instance, just in my understanding, if I were to decide to approve the item, I wouldn't have to necessarily say one or the other because both are already embedded within it. And how would that affect an outcome of someone doing its reading and its selection if they're both within the same page?
I would respond by saying it would be most helpful to us all to just pick one, because if you were to pick both, it would actually not only look awkward and weird when you read the benefits resolution, it would be redundant, and probably the redundancy would create confusion to the reader more so than this issue already is.
Thank you. So by stating that, it already has caused confusion just in the mere subject matter. So I'm going to go to the next page where there's language, and I'm supposing that's the or. It says language from the staff report, January 16, 24 proposed resolution ending 006. It says any council member who is a CalPERS retiree not allowed to enroll in the city's active plan, comma, may receive a maximum of $900 per month.
Your time is up.
Back.
Okay, Deborah, Mrs. Jones.
Oh, thank you very much. So I'm not going to go into a lot of questions because at our last meeting, I asked many questions and was graciously given additional time, as was, I think, every other council member, to ask more questions. I think my colleagues know full well where I am on this. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that I'm fair and that we resolve any inequity to our mayor and certainly any other potential future CalPERS retiree. but I also want to make sure that that this is written in such a way that there's no potential for equivocation in the future. So, my question is, or the appearance of a gift of public funds. So, Mr. Metzler, if we have we're going to have an agenda item coming forward at some point that this council agreed to align council member health benefits with those of the employees that had kind of been done traditionally in the past, but it didn't make it this round. It wasn't considered. Would that in any way, if we come to some approved language on this tonight, would that in any way, if something like that were to be approved in the future, would that in any way negatively affect Mayor Becerra, or would it give her greater access than I think is the intent of the council policy?
First, let me correct a statement being made that the allowance that the employees get wasn't considered as to be applied to the council. It was particularly identified and disclosed in each of those benefits resolutions when we did contemplate the additional subsidy amounts. So the council, since it was clearly disclosed at those times, the council had the opportunity to change the way it was written at that time. But that notwithstanding, I don't necessarily know that fully changes or solves the issue. I'd have to study it a little further. And I say that because the real issue here has more to do with the difference between the treatment of active members versus retiree members. And so because of Mayor Becerra's status, and quite honestly, it could be any CalPERS retiree that gets elected to this council. Because of the retiree status to PERS, those individuals are not allowed to enroll as active members. And what that really means is that as council members, being active members, not retirees, our active council members are entitled to receive up to the full allowance of $900, okay? And that's an amount that's directly offset by the city. Retirees are treated and administered by PERS differently to where their costs of the insurance are directly withdrawn from the pension benefit. So it's actually taken away from her retiree salary, if you will. And so effectively, she would have to be made whole by the city, to where the city would have to write a check. The issue has been that prior to her family change, is that because she was denying as a council member taking on additional health care coverage, she was effectively cashing out $400, which is the same allowance that any active member on this council could cash out had that member chosen not to enroll in the health benefits. However, with a change in family situation that required her to take on additional health care coverage, she has not been allowed to effectively utilize the entire 900 based upon the language that's currently written. And so she's effectively having to come out of pocket even greater due to the family circumstance. So the real fundamental issue is that in her situation, and any PERS retiree that got elected to this council could be subjected to the same thing, to where they're only entitled to receive the $400 cash out benefit instead of the full $900 benefit that each and every other member of this council as active members receive.
Terrific. Okay. And then I'll address the issue later as to the council taking up the matter on aligning benefits later in the meeting. All right. So, and then one other question. When did this issue first come to the attention of your office? And do you know when? And if you do, please let us know.
Your time is up.
May I just complete the question, Mr. Harriman?
Yes.
Thank you. When the expanded healthcare coverage became effective, causing Mayor Becerra to have more out-of-pocket expense.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. Based upon my data, it looks like the change goes back to the September 1st period is when effectively she was being forced to come out of pocket at a much greater amount.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Irving?
I don't have any questions, technical questions, sorry.
Okay, I'll invite a motion for this item.
Thank you. And may I do that since this is my item, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So I move that the City Council adopt Resolution 24-007 to be retroactive to the date when Member Becerra's expanded healthcare coverage became effective. That would be September 1.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Are there any comments for the pending motion? And we'll start with Ms. Gomez.
Yes. As I continue to look for my constituents' needs and interests, it's important to know that I'm a centerpiece speaking for my constituents directly on this item. I've had several phone calls and I've made several phone calls myself to CalPERS, as a matter of fact, today. The language on item 15 submitted by Sophie Smith, the Deputy City Manager, and Josefina Trevino, the Human Resource Officers, have language of fringe benefits, updating one or more resolutions, 24-006 and 24-007 respectively. Resolution ending in 007 versus 006 has one that, if passed, would have to have the amendment of CalPERS contract from a maximum of $900 per month. The cashback versus a maximum of $900 towards a retiree medical benefit. A retroactive benefit for the city council or future would be on the backs of taxpayers, and I don't see how this benefits the public. The ask here is a want and not a need. Therefore, any decisions coming from this council should be able to be reflective of the interests of the public, not of future city council members. And we know Jim Cox was in that predicament, and he never expressed the need. And if you ask him today, it would be the same. And I dare to say that if Mr. Cox knew about this, he would have something to say in regards to he wouldn't want to pay for something of this nature. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jones?
Well, listen, the difference in the language between the two resolutions is simply cashback versus the application of the money specifically to the premium paid. I think that this is 24-007 is reasonable language. And while I support, if I can be so bold, some of the things that Member Gomez has said, I still think that there's a point at which we need to be respectful and considerate. And I have thought about this for hours and hours and pored over it, trying to wrap my brain around how this is not double dipping. And, but I can see, being able to apply it to a specific circumstance, even though that's not how we make policy, it helped me process this. And so I do think that this ends up being reasonable and fair, and there's no way for any current or future CalPERS retiree to game the system, so to speak, or to profit from it. And that's my big concern on this. I think this is 007 is reasonable in its language. I appreciate it being considered for this council because I think if it's passed, it would certainly be a testament to good collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Irving?
No, I don't have any comments.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
whatever you call you know what I'm saying.
All right, Jennifer, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no. And Mayor Becerra being absent.
Okay, I have one question, Jennifer.
Yes, read the last one.
Excuse me?
The last one.
Okay. So the adoption of resolution number 24-007, which revises the fringe benefits available to council members who are also CalPERS retirees, incorporating updated language from the council meeting of January 16th, 2024, retroactive to July 1st, 2023.
July 1st, September.
Need anything else from me?
Now we will have our mayor back.
We are now on item 16, City Manager reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. First, just to address the obvious, which is the storms that we've been dealing with for the last several days. I have shared with you a number of updates over the course of the last few days. And I'd like to let you know that I have a much more detailed memorandum that's in your inbox that describes a much greater detail of all that we've been attending to do. I think altogether, we haven't seen too much of issues other than what we're used to. Obviously, we've got our usual suspect road closures. We have a couple of park closures, which actually yields us a second swimming pool because that's how Mesa Linda Park is designed. At least the sports fields there, they're all full of water. It actually acts as a detention basin. We've had just city facilities, a number of minor roof leaks reported. We've experienced our traditional erosion along certain roadways. Amargosa Road on the southern side of Bear Valley is pretty common for us. Potholes, of course, the water permeates into the roadway cracks and gets down into the subbase of the road. That's what contributes to the potholes. We're not hearing anything from fire as far as anything unusual on the life safety side. No special use responses as of this moment that I'm aware of. So I think altogether, everything that we've been experiencing has been what we're accustomed to when it comes to storm duty, but of course we'll continue to monitor and report anything new as it develops. We do have some information on the engineering side of the house. We have been selected by American City and Country. We've been selected, the City of Victorville, as the 2023 Crown Community for the recently completed Green Tree Extension and Bear Valley Bridge Widening Project. This is an award that honors excellence in local government. The city will be receiving a certificate for this award, which can be or will be presented to the City Council at future dates. The library does now have new operating hours effective February 10th, Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., providing an additional 9 hours weekly to serve the community. On the code compliance side, Animal Care and Control held another adoption event at Costco this past Saturday on February 3rd, and we actually secured Forever Homes for 12 more animals. So we're having great success, especially at Costco with our adoption events. Kudos to that team. We have been, as far as Sprouts Market, you've probably seen the sign pop up. It looks amazing. I think many of us are excited on Amargosa Road. We're in the pre-final inspection phase, and that was actually performed on January 29th. And so they're on track for a grand opening in March. So more details on that. Other than that, Madam Mayor, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you very much, sir. You did say country, right? A country certificate? I didn't know we're country. Thought we had more people than that.
Yeah, I can slur my words on occasion when I'm speaking fast, but it is the 2023 Crown Community.
Country?
Did I say country?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. It's the American City and Country digital magazine. I was correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Item 17, discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, if we can place on the agenda, some of the issues that I learned about were perhaps if we can have some kind of either embedded clause within the memo of understanding between the contracts that we have with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and the city of Victorville, specifically with code enforcement. So anything that comes from that would be solid, so to speak, not to give out too much. And that's what I would like to motion for the next upcoming meeting, to have a workshop, or potentially, if a workshop is not possible, just to have some kind of direction as to how we would create language if a resolution was in place.
There's no second. That motion dies.
The second issue that I would like to bring is one of speaking a little bit more to, and we had that issue, the ALPRs, specifically how we're using those with what's called the Justice 8. If you guys are not familiar with one of those cases, I would like to talk more of how the city of Victorville has involved itself with ALPRs and the use of incriminations with cases similar to Justice 8, which a lot of people believe there's a lack of civil rights being allotted. So I would like to touch around that subject matter without saying so much more extra, and that would be something with possible action and discussion within the next month, not to go over the next 30 days. That's my motion.
No second on that motion. That motion dies.
That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Irvin?
I don't have anything, thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have one request, having had my memory, my recollection refreshed earlier as to the alignment of city council member health benefits with those of the employees. I wish I had known it earlier, but that being said, I now think it's appropriate that, and I hope I can just do this now, rather than bringing it as an agenda item, but to suspend the rules of reconsideration so that we can take up the agenda item that we approved coming forward at the last meeting, which was to consider whether or not we should be realigning the council member health benefits with those of the employees. Mr. DeBortnowski, is that fair?
If you're asking for a suspension of the rules, yes, that would
Yes.
require a four-fifths vote.
Yep.
Four-fifths vote.
Yes.
Is there a second on that? No second. That motion dies.
Okay, so just to be,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yes.
if we don't do this, the agenda item that was requested cannot come forward.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, can you clarify a little bit? I think that's what I was wanting to understand.
Sure, my apologies, because this is not a typical agenda item request, but I would have done the suspension of the rules when I requested the agenda item to consider aligning council member health benefits with those of employees, had my recollection had it been correct in our last meeting. And so now that it was refreshed during this meeting, it's appropriate to suspend the rules of reconsideration. Those rules are that you can only reconsider an item during the meeting, and then only if there was a misunderstanding during the meeting, and if it was also the request for reconsideration was made by a dissenting council member. So both of those rules of reconsideration would need to be suspended to bring the item that we approved last week to come forward.
Just for clarification, the suspension of the rules is what I didn't understand.
The suspension of the rules for reconsideration, which were the 2 points that who gets to make it and when.
Thank you.
Okay. So now it comes back. Is there a second on that motion, correct, Madam Clerk? Yes. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
I'm going to rescind my vote, if I may. I don't want to interrupt Mrs. Jones.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez and Irving voting no on the suspension of the rules.
This requires a 4/5 vote, however.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's actually a 2/3 vote.
Is it, which means 4 people.
Two-thirds.
Okay.
Yeah, so then the motion fails.
Correct.
So to be clear, then the item that was approved by this council to bring forward at an upcoming meeting cannot come forward.
That is correct.
I don't know if I may seek clarification. I really don't understand what's happening. I too truly believe that we are already voted on something. And when we're voting, the first vote is for the suspension of the rules.
That's what we voted on.
Right, so we voted on the suspension, but what I don't understand is we already voted on the item where the member wasn't here. That's what I don't understand.
Okay, Mr. DeBortnowski, I'll let you do that because I
This
don't
is a
want to.
different item. This was an item that was brought up at a prior meeting. We're not talking about the fringe benefits item that was just considered. An item that was previously discussed at a prior meeting that did not receive the votes to go onto an agenda. Right. That this is different than the fringe benefits dealing just with the mayor.
I'm just gonna leave it alone. I don't know.
Oops, I'm sorry. Just a point of order on this. So are you believing that your request from the last meeting to have the item come back and have the council benefits potentially align with employees, you believe that that failed?
No, we approved it at the last meeting, but what should have happened at the same time, as and I clearly stated in that meeting, was that my recollection when we took up the employee benefits was that it did not consider council member benefits, aligning them with those, which had traditionally been the case. And so the council approved that. My recollection was refreshed here tonight, that the council approved the resolutions which did not align the benefits. And so necessarily those rules should have been suspended to reconsider that portion. It wasn't done at the last meeting. In fairness, and in all honesty and transparency, I felt it was important to now bring the motion to suspend the rules of reconsideration so that the item could properly be heard.
If I may request a 5-minute break?
Before we do that, Mr. DeBortnowski, are you tracking me?
Yes, I'm tracking you, but again, that would require the motion to suspend the rules to add that additional information.
Yes, we are. Madam, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We are going to come back at 8:40. Thank you.
I'm confused. Okay.
We are now back in session. At this time, I am going to,
Oh, I'm sorry, I still have requests for agenda items.
I get it, but with the last, at this time, I'm going to refer to the city clerk for the last item. Did that get resolved?
So it did, and I believe Councilmember Jones will be representing it in a different fashion for you.
So okay. At this time, Councilmember Jones still has the floor. Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in light of the motion to suspend the rules of reconsideration for an item that was brought last time, I'm going to request at our, as soon as possible, meeting an item for discussion and possible action to consider aligning council member health benefits with those of the employees, and at the same time request a suspension of the rules as to when and who can make that motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez?
I didn't finish. I'm sorry. Mr. Dobranowski was talking to me when I was trying to listen to the entire motion, and I got to the point and at the same time.
Right. So I'm happy to say it again. Would that be helpful if Madam Mayor will allow?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. So to try and make this nice and neat and tidy, and given that we had a failed motion on the suspension of the rules on an item that we previously reported, we're going to start from square one and make it nice and neat and tidy. So I move that the City Council put on the agenda an action, a possible action and discussion item considering whether the council should align its health benefits with those of the employees, and at the same time suspend the rules of reconsideration as to who can request reconsideration and the timing of it, to be heard at the soonest possible meeting.
We had a second already by Councilmember Harriman. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez?
Nay.
Councilmember Irving? Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Aye.
Mayor Becerra?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez and Irving voting no.
Thank you.
Is that it, Member Jones?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman?
I have none.
And I have a motion, if we could get a report on the wellness center from day of opening till 3 months. Any and all, I know we've seen it, we get updates weekly, but if we could get a 3-month report of happenings at the wellness center.
Is that a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I second. I have a question too.
Okay. I don't know how much I can say. So how many people have been there? Any incidents that have happened where,
Are we talking about being rotational every 3 months?
yes.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification on that, sir. Is that fine, Mr. Dobranowski? That's not too much information discussing?
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you. So, who's second?
I did.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
and that's all I have.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a question for clarification?
Ma'am?
So, the last motion, or motion that passed that Deborah Jones made. So we simply added a conjunction. She put her request on the end, and we bypassed a 4/5 vote by adding a conjunction and then chasing her desire to suspend the rules. Is that how we did that? I just want to know, is that legal?
What was the wording on the motion?
She has a 2-part motion.
Item for discussion and possible action to employees and as to when and who can request and the timing.
So what she did is she made a motion. She suspended the rules by adding a conjunction on, then she put the last part of, she requested to suspend the rules.
A suspension of the rules would require a 2/3 vote.
Right, that's 4 out of 5. And so Councilwoman Gomez and myself, we voted no, and it still passes. I don't understand.
Trying to see the distinction. So, Mayor Jones, your motion was,
It's Council Lady Jones now.
so you're absolutely right, sorry. Council Member Jones,
Yes.
your motion was a two-part motion?
Yeah, much as I did in the last meeting to reconsider the item that failed. And we actually did the suspension after the request went forward as a safety measure. So I simply did what the attorney recommended that I do, and just starting from scratch on this. So I see Member Irving's point.
Yeah, I believe we do have a problem that there has not been a complete suspension of the rules.
I don't think this is funny, but
I do. Beware the slick and the wicked.
Madam Mayor,
Let's bring
point of order.
let's bring ourselves to order, okay?
Sorry.
Mr. DeVernowski.
I believe that motion then cannot pass because it does not get the 4/5 vote.
Right.
There we go. Madam
That
Clerk.
item will not be on the next agenda.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, item 18, reports from council members. Member Harriman?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Engineering, Public Works, and Park and Rec for handling the storm. I know 1.5 inches up here seems like 10 inches down in the valley, but everybody, all the city staff did a great job, and kudos to them.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
So mine is typically person to person. I've been attending the defense of a lot of members who were castigated and put on many charges. And so I go to their court cases, I support them, Eden Enamorado and the other 7, they're not on bail. It's been a very sad couple of weeks, months since 12/14. So I've been with a lot of family members, speaking with our representatives to see what legislation can be caused to change. All I can say is I'm with the families as constantly as I can. I'm in the courtrooms watching and taking notations for things that I believe are not a just cause, and they're just, like members have said, political. So I continue to do that. This time it's been more heavily in with the Justice 8. But I still continue to help other individuals who have special needs, and those types of special needs are just around the gamut of resources in terms of letting them know the information, how the city can assist, things with code enforcement, any kind of disalignment when it comes to probably having lack of permits or the desire of having a permit and things of that nature. Trucks, having 2 trucks in one post rather than just one so they don't get cited. So I do a lot of that work, and it's never ending for sure. It can be tiring and thinning out, but it's something that's very desirable and something that I have a passion for, because I know if I wouldn't be here, I would be in those situations. So I advocate consistently as I can. So that's my report.
Member Irving?
I have nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you. Member Jones?
Just very quickly, attending the normal outside agency boards and commissions meetings. There was an article in the paper recently, Daily Press, regarding VVWRA moving forward with the One Water project, and it's very exciting and is sure to help our entire region. So looking forward to going forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Myself, I also would like to give kudos to the Public Works, Parks, Facilities, everybody who contributed to our storm. Thank you very much for all you do. To your families, thank you very much for being there for them. At this time, anybody else? Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.